Hmm. Maybe this'll be. You think? Hey, kitty, kitty. Everybody agrees. Everybody likes you talking to everybody, kitty. Okay, let's go and do it. Which track should I? Let's do this one. Let's just do a couple of races. I need more power somehow. I don't know how I'm going to get more power, but I definitely need more power. Actually, there's some people that are starting to pull away here, so this is not good. Somehow I need to get even more power to this car. Ooh, that was not good. Hey, kitty cat, come on, get off of there. Cat's on the keyboard, that's what happens. Not really a solid performance. Not really a solid performance. Somehow I need to get even more power to this car. Ooh, that was not good. Hey, kitty cat, come on, get off of there. No game set. Okay, so this should be, hopefully, see how this goes. Hey, Alexia. I'm alive. Yeah, we haven't seen you in, is it been over a week? We didn't even see you last weekend. So what have you been up to? I'm trying to resolve my sound issues because the game did not have any sound. Meh? Did you answer meh? 2 votes for meh? What is going on, people? It's Friday. Why is that not a thing no more? Okay, I think the game volume is coming through now. Alexia even there still or not? She gone? I guess she gone. Well, I got sick, so I didn't do anything this week. Okay. Did you hang out with Terumi? Because he's also sick.
Forget about the start now. Keep pushing hard and earn those places back.
I'm still here. Okay. Yeah. Terumi stopped by for 2 seconds earlier and he's like, okay, I'm tired, I'm sick. That's it. He gone. Didn't even say goodbye. But he's playing Roblox though, so if you want to go and play Roblox with him, he's always playing Roblox. Plays Roblox 24/7, then says I'm tired, and because he's too tired, he's sick. Then there was Dante, and there was Daxter and Reaper, but then everything goes quiet in the chat and they all left without saying goodbye or anything. So I'm like, okay, well, I've been talking to myself for the past half hour. I'm gonna go and play something else. I'm just chilling here and not doing anything. So have you tried the 4.6 update? Have you even updated your Genshin? Hopefully the game sound is coming through this time, because it wasn't coming earlier. Just the sound of my voice. No game sound. Well, let me know if there's no more game sound again or if it's coming through. It's like when my mic's not working and people don't tell me, and they just figure that I, enjoy streaming the silent treatment. Well, just because you saw my video doesn't mean you have to listen to my advice, but if you watch the video, do you kind of agree like all the streamers are like pushing always the new stuff? Oh, you gotta get this character, she's awesome. And I was looking yesterday and the guy had like, bought crystals to get himself 1,500 wishes. Not primo gems, wishes. And he got himself a C6 Arlecchino with an R5 weapon, signature weapon. These people are pushing, oh, and she's a great character. Of course she's great. Any 5-star that is C6 with an R5 signature weapon is gonna be good. But you've been pushing this banner on everybody for the past 2 months, and she is never gonna be as good for your team as Farina, Bennett, Kazuha, Nahida. No, because the streamers are paid by Genshin to promote their product. They even got free phones and all kinds of stuff from Genshin this week. I just put up a video. Yeah, no. If you're free to play and you've got limited primos start by getting at least 3 of the 5 essential characters who will make any other character in your team shine. You know, you can have a really crappy Lynette, but if you have a Kazuo on your team, or if you have a Bennett on your team, or somebody else on your team, Arena, they will make Lynette a lot better. So you can play with whoever you want as long as you have a good team to support them. No kidding. You look at all their videos and it's all AI voice. There are some Americans that are bought out by Genshin, so. Just I put a video there, it's okay to not, go and get. I think a lot of people will go and get chlorine because of mommy a lot more than they will for father. I just think that a lot of new players are gonna feel the pressure to pull for Arlecchino, and you already get a free Jingling, so just use her instead. Overall, Jingling is a much better Pyro character than Mother, Father, whatever you want. Arlecchino. I also looked at the Sijuin leaks, and she just goes around with a bow and a big syringe and just blows heart bubbles at everybody. Kind of meh, if you ask me. Yeah, that's the thing that put me on the wrong track because, okay, I tried out Yutao and she's a lot of fun, but she dies really quick in the abyss. And all along, as long as I had quests to do, she was okay. But then you get to the end game and they are coming out with a second abyss in patch 4.7. So now we're going to have 2 abyss. And you're going to need a total of 16 characters to build your teams to do the second abyss. I don't know how that's going to work. I do know that they give you like 4 trial characters and you can borrow one apparently from one of your friends. Whichever character you have on your display, I can borrow it to do the abyss 2. But like the first abyss is going to be Pyro, Electro, and Anemo. You can only use those elements in that abyss. So when you get to just not having any more quests and just being the abyss at the end, you won't be able to do it if you just picked whatever character you enjoy. That's when you need to have the Nahidas, the Kazuas, the Bennets, the Farinas, the Navias, Zhongli. Okay, vehicle. Do I need to go back again? I need to go to the garage. Set up some upgrades. I need more power. I need more power. I need more power. Well, I wish that, when I started the game, people told me, about the elements and what certain characters do and which ones better the teams. Like, it's only really when I got around to the Shogun that I finally kind of understood that, okay, she has stuff that applies to others. Barbara's water application, she can be off field and still deal hydro. Nahida can be off field and still have the dendro particles going. See, nobody explained me any of that when I first started, so there we go. That's as much power, I think, as I can cram into. Hopefully that'll make a difference. But yeah, if you can wish for any character you want, but like my friend wants Ito and wants Guru and wants a whole bunch of characters that really you're gonna spend all your wishes on. How many wishes did she spend on getting the Luke? When you get a free Zhongli? And now she's not having fun with the games because the characters that she wished for aren't really all that good. Okay, Zhao can be good, but Zhao needs a good support team for him to shine. Zhao on his own at C0 and no weapons, no artifacts is just like any other character. Might as well just have fun with the Traveler. Oh, well, see, I don't go into Honkai Star because I saw a little bit of it, and it's not even done as well as Genshin. Like, the dialogue is just two puppets there looking at one another, and you have dialogue. It's not even immersive. Ah, this person stole the spaceship and this and that. And you just have two people looking at each other. You don't even see their lips moving or anything. Yeah, well, see, you think you're gonna have fun with a character, but when his banner was around, everybody was like, oh, you gotta get him, he's so awesome, and this and that. You have to understand that these characters need support, need artifacts, need either a C1, C2, or whatever to be super useful. I knew that even before pulling for Nouvelette, I wasn't going to be able to get his C1, but he's only practical alone at C1. Everybody's like, oh, you need to pull for Nouvelette. He can solo the Abyss. No, he can't. And ever since I got him, I've been farming artifacts, and I'm not having any luck with the artifacts. Instead of having a 325% damage, I have a 170% damage. That is half of what he can potentially do. So at C0, I knew before going to get him that I needed Layla, so he needs a shielder. So it's one thing to, it's like my friend, She did the story in Fontaine, really loved Nouvelette, pulled for Nouvelette, got Nouvelette, hates Nouvelette, hasn't played Nouvelette since. It's okay to pull for characters that you like, but yeah. I mean, you do the trial and everything goes super well in the trial. The trials are very misleading. Where did I get that? I don't know. I just saw a certain dialogue where two guys were talking about a girl that took a spaceship without authorization or something. Did she have the authorization? And all it was two guys in the forefront looking at each other, and the dialogue was playing and the text was written down below. And I'm like, okay, they're not even doing it from the perspective of the characters or whatnot. Just like you're in a room watching two people talk to each other, but you're not even seeing the lips move. I'm like, this is the hype around Honkai Star Rail? Really? Okay, I like sci-fi, you know, a lot more than people think. If you look at my channel, I really dig sci-fi. So if it was a sci-fi Genshin, I could kind of maybe want to get into it. But I still think Star Wars The Old Republic is a lot more fun than that. Yeah, even if he's free to play, does he have a C1 or a C0?
Split time so far.
And what is his crit damage rating? Because currently I'm farming for artifacts and I'm not getting crit damage on none of his artifacts. I can't even get him a good Hydro Cup, so currently he's got an HP goblet. And he's C0, so I have to bring, you know, Layla in to protect him. And he does okay. He does okay. But the 12th floor, forget about it. Him alone doesn't do enough damage to kill stuff fast enough. He doesn't die. It's just that I'm not killing stuff fast enough. So, no, it's not true that he can solo the Abyss. I have more luck with Nahida and the Shogun on my second team than I do with Layla and him on the first. That's the starter story. No ship was stolen. It was basically attempted to be hijacked but fell. That was released a year ago, which is actually today. I don't know what you're talking about. I just saw it and I was like, really? Is this the storytelling that everybody's enjoying from that game? I should probably restart that because I didn't do good here. I am distracted by the chat, which is a good thing. Because as you can see, it's Friday night and nobody's, you know, Zergamer, Reaper, Blastburn, Terumi, nobody's here chatting. Everybody's like cocooning and not being very sociable for a weekend. I find it really strange. Did I piss everybody off without knowing? My knowledge, I don't do that kind of thing. Or maybe I was streaming and the mic was not on and they thought that I wasn't paying attention to them. Because nobody bothered telling me that my microphone wasn't working. They thought I was just streaming to ignore them. I don't understand it, but why would I stream and not talk to people? what I like the most to do. That's why I stream. If I was just wanting to play all by myself, I would do that and not stream. Oh yeah, I know. I know she likes Honkai Star Rail and all that stuff. And it's okay. You can enjoy it. And see, she plays that game all day long, all night long. She gets up at noon, starts playing that game, and finishes like at 8 o'clock in the morning. It would still be nice for her to come in here an hour a day and say hello and have a chat with me. Just an hour a day. Yeah, I know. Before I started streaming this game, I went and saw her stream, and she's not even talking to herself. She's just silently watching the show. Well, once again, I'm not having a good start in this room. I put all the power I could into this vehicle. Spent all my hard-earned monies trying to make it go faster. I can't even catch up with them. Hirumi's always sick, but he used to spend a lot more time talking to me back in the day. I don't know. I think he's going on the depressive side of things. He had a date this week, and apparently the person canceled because they hooked back up with their ex. So his date got canceled last moment, and I think he's feeling down because of it. Hey, I told him, you know, if he wanted to do a Zoom date, I was up for it, but I guess people want more than just an internet thing, which I also get. Sir, I don't know. Reaper only comes on Genshin streams from what you know. Well, he comes in and out constantly. You know, I mean, he could be here for 3 hours, but he only said something in the first hour and something in the last hour. So I don't mind it, but sometimes I'm just talking to myself and I think people are here. But even YouTube thinks that he's not there, because my counter goes down because he's not talking, chatting. Well, I was on earlier in Genshin, and they all came in, said hellos, and I started asking them questions and stuff, and nobody was answering. 30 minutes later, the counter went from 6 to 0. I'm like, okay, well, everybody just left on me. I'm just here talking to myself, so. And patch 4.6 is very aggravating. Once more, they introduce new puzzles, new things to do. And I am not one that is good for reading instructions. I like it when you can kind of guess what you're supposed to do. But I guess they think it's challenging to make it impossible without watching somebody else's YouTube. So if I'm going to spend the night watching other people's YouTubes to figure out what I'm supposed to do in the quest, then you know what? I call that work, and I'll do it tomorrow mornings. Friday evening, and I just want to enjoy myself. And I was basically just going around in circles for half an hour, not knowing what I was supposed to do. Yes, there's these three ribbons that are holding down a whale. You need to find somehow to cut those ribbons, free the whale, and a half an hour later, I still couldn't figure it out. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm out.
There's the checkered flag. Decent race. Good job.
Somebody in real life, I'm guessing. The day before, he did not want to tell me what was going on. He just said he won't be there the next day. Then the next day, he pops in and says my date was canceled last moment, so I'm all home alone, eating spaghetti, which just happened to be that that's what I ate also that evening, so. Like, dude, we could have been eating spaghetti together. Like, you guys are probably too young for this, but there used to be a movie, The Lady and the Tramp. Two dogs that would eat spaghetti and they both ate the same noodle. So they kind of ended up kissing each other without knowing it. It was so cute. Okay, well, I am not having any luck with that car or that racetrack or nothing. I'm rage quitting. Dante talks and Zergamer talks, but Zergamer, I haven't seen him in the past couple of days. It's been like 3 days since I saw Zergamer, so I don't know what's going on there. And Dante is also playing his game on his side, so. I watched that movie. Oh my god, that was so cute. Yes, it was. I don't know if they made a remake of that movie, and if they did, they probably wrecked it. But the original Lady and the Tramp from the 1970s was awesome. That's the Disney that I know and grew up on, and today they would race swap and gender swap the dogs because, people can't identify as dogs or whatnot. Back in the day, man, it was just a super cute movie. Let's pick another track. Maybe it's the track that's bringing bad luck. Maybe I need another vehicle too. Maybe I should go to D. I watched the original one. I will never watch the 2000 live
Okay, bye.
Hey, kitty cat. Thank you. Pressing on the soundboard. The 2000 live action Grinch. It's a horrible. I don't know. Wasn't that the one that was made by the Canadian comedian? I forget his name. Jim Carrey? Which I did like him in a couple of movies, but, when we got to the Dumb and Dumber stuff, it's not my cup of tea. You'll never see me do a review of Dumb and Dumber. Yeah, it's stuck. Well, it's not, I'm not into comedies. I'm not into romance movies. I'm not into. Well, I don't know if you saw the Saw series of movies. The first two or three were really good, especially the first one. But then I think they got up to like 9 or 10 or 11 Saws. And I'm like, oh man, this is too much. But I did like the first one. But horror movies is not my cup of tea. I don't know if you noticed, this week I talked about an old classic, Space 1999. And man, the comments are just on fire. That fan base is super vocal, super. I had a lot of fun making those reviews and trailers. I watched it as a kid, hated it as a kid, saw like 3 or 4 episodes of it as a kid, didn't like it, preferred Star Trek and Doctor Who. But in the past 2 weeks, I binge watched the entire 2 seasons, not once but twice. And during that time, people were commentating that it was kind of based off another series that came before it called UFO. So I also watched UFO, the entire series, twice. And these model stuff that they used to do back in the day really brings me back. Brought me back to my youth, and I had a lot of fun watching it. Some of it is still corny and stuff, but compared to everything that's done nowadays, it was nice and refreshing for me, and I had a lot of fun. I like Interstellar, but it was a long movie. There's some parts of it I was just dragging my nails on the coffee table like, oh man. Well, Star Trek had a lot of things going for him. It had the beeping sounds of everything in the bridge. You know, all the uniforms were like bright colors, bright blue, yellow, and red. And they had like one-liner jokes and had humor. Captain Kirk was extremely charismatic, William Shatner. And then I watched Space 1999, and every time they talk to the professor, he's like, John, I don't know. Every episode. They ask the professor a question, and it's always the same line. John, I don't know. Like, can somebody write him a script, please? He went through 2 seasons, every show he would say, John, I don't know. He never knew anything, and he's the professor. So, you know, as a kid, not having the colors, not having the sounds, it was kind of meh. But now that I'm a lot older, I kind of understand what's going on in the story. So I'm like, okay, this is actually better than what I remember it was. But yeah, everybody, you know, was saying, okay, if that show had a reboot, we're gonna have to find another reason why the moon is traveling all by itself in the galaxy, because that nuclear waste stuff made no sense. Why are we gonna fly nuclear waste to the moon to bury it on the moon when we can just like shoot it up in space and send it on the way to the sun? Like the sun is a nuclear reactor. That's where nuclear waste should go. Like, why would we spend so much resources and money trying to bury it on the moon? John, I don't know. Yeah. Fumbles in his lines.
This is the final lap. Just keep it smooth.
So yeah, I was surprised. I just, it's something that I've been watching in the past 2 weeks. I did initial video on it. It came back with 400 views the next day. I'm like, whoa, what is going on here? Is this a fluke or is this something with potential? I made a second one and it's almost up to 1,000 views and it's got over like 60 comments on it. I just released another one today, so let's see if the fan base continues. What do you mean? The sun is a nuclear reactor. What do you think it does with all its waste? It burns it. Well, sending nuclear waste is the best thing that we can do for our sun. Feed the furnace. Not as if the sun will start burning hotter because we send whatever leftovers we have. Like, really? Not like it's gonna create solar flares or anything. Even if you detonated 100 nuclear bombs on the sun, it wouldn't change anything. The sun is like a million gazillion nuclear bombs floating all at once.
That was a tough race. We'll need to push harder next time if we want a place on the podium.
It's not going to do us any harm either. It's just that the pretext in the show was that we were burying our nuclear waste because, in the 1970s we didn't know what nuclear power was. So it's like, okay, we'll just bury everything on the moon. Then an accident happens on the moon. Somehow the moon doesn't get blown up, but the explosion causes the moon to leave Earth's gravity and to start traveling at the speed of light throughout the galaxy, which makes no sense. So find another context to have the moon. Either the humans blew up the planet, therefore, the moon goes off course and is no longer captured by the sun's gravity, because that's something that can definitely happen. Or we were trying some faster than light speed project on the moon and accidentally warped our moon into another galaxy. That could be something, So we can have it warp, but we just can't push it in the direction that we want it to. Or we come across aliens that give us technology that somehow we blow up the Earth and warp the moon into some other galaxy so that the show can have aliens in the show. No, this is not a movie. Space 1999 is it had 2 seasons. It was a sci-fi show that came out in 1970, 1971. So it actually came out before Star Wars. Okay, well the thing is that in the 1970s nuclear power was still new. We were starting to make nuclear power plants, and everybody figured that we are all going to die from radioactivity because of those nuclear power plants. And to this day, nuclear power plants are still the safest way to get energy, the cleanest way to get energy, but people still, you know, when they think of nuclear power, they think of Hiroshima, and stuff like that. And then people think that everything's gonna die because of nuclear stuff, but if you look at Hiroshima or Nagasaki, there is still life there today, and there's been life there ever since the bombs. So, yes, a lot of people died instantly, but it was not the death of all life form on the planet as we know it. Also, in the 1970s, we also thought that a bomb could ignite the atmosphere and consume the entire atmosphere. Like the bomb would never stop, it would just consume all the oxygen in the air. So in the 1960s and 70s, don't forget, it was also the Cold War between the United States and Russia. So the governments wanted people to be afraid of nuclear holocausts and war and stuff like that. On one hand, you're telling people that nuclear power is going to kill everybody. And on the other hand, you're trying to convince everybody that it's the safest product on Earth to power our cities and iPads and stuff. But yeah, it's like, how can I explain it to you? It's like when the microwaves came out in the 1980s. Everybody was afraid of the microwave because they thought it would explode. So when the first microwaves rolled out, my mother took me along to the store because the store was giving classes on how to use a microwave, and it's completely safe. It will not blow up your house or the city. It's not a nuclear bomb. You don't have to worry about the microwave. And I don't remember, this generation having to go to school to learn how to work a microwave. I think pretty much everybody grew up knowing how a microwave works. Well, that is just a way to see. That's the one thing. On one side, you want to have people be afraid. Every government tries to scare their populations into submission. On the other hand, you keep them busy, you keep them distracted, you feed them bullshit, and everybody thinks that everything's okay. Like when I was a kid, doctors would go on the news and tell us that cigarettes were healthy. You know, and it's kind of weird because Space 1999 didn't have that, but the UFO series that I watched, every show you have like two or three scenes that there's a zoom in on the actor lighting up a cigarette. And I actually tried to do a review of it initially, and every scene with the cigarette would give me a warning from YouTube saying that certain countries could not see my video. But I remember there was a time where doctors were saying that smoking cigarette is healthy, Doctors saying cigarettes are healthy. And, I grew up in a house where I had like 6 people smoking all day long, 3 packs of smoke. And when I left my home when I was 18, actually I was 16, but when I was 18, I was living in an apartment and I was going blind. And I went to see the doctor and he's like, your eyes are not used to having exercise. What do you mean my eyes are not used to having exercise? Makes no sense. Then one of my roommates was a smoker. And then I could see again. So guess what I did? I started up smoking. Yeah. Not the smartest thing, but I was going blind because my body was used to having nicotine, so much nicotine in my body for so many years that when I was off of it, I went through the withdrawal syndrome and my body was shutting down. I was almost dying. My professor told me that they would do bomb threat drills and would cover their heads under their desk as if the desk was made out of obsidian and bedrock. Yeah. So yeah, growing up, I couldn't live in the house because there was so much smoke. And I was trying to tell everybody to stop it. It's not good. Everybody in my family was like, "Oh, doctors say it's good." Yeah. Then I had to, start smoking myself, otherwise I would die from withdrawal syndromes and stuff. So, fire, I am not an AHEM anymore. I'm so happy that they invented the vape. Man, I am so happy for vaping now. I don't need much nicotine, just a little bit. This is 0.01%. My body is okay with it. And I don't get all the other harsh chemicals. The 500 chemicals that come from like 3 chemicals, and none of them are harmful. Good. Don't want them. Okay, well, that didn't work out too well for me either, did it? I need to get myself in the category for that. Things will go a lot better. Okay, let's go with that. Well, strangely enough, today, we're still teaching Russian children that should drop a nuke on other people and it won't affect us. Also, I want to say that the 1960s to the present day has probably been the most fast evolving generation ever. I don't think so. I completely disagree with that. I think that the steam engine and the railway tracks and the cross Atlantic boilers and all this stuff had us evolve a lot more than current day technology. We might disagree or agree or whatnot, but I mean, an argument could be made that the Bronze Age is also what got us out of the caveman cycle, so. Yeah, I don't want to go into all that either. That's why, I just. I mean, when we were cavemen, and then came the Bronze Age, and everything changed. Started building homes, and we started building industry, we started building commerce, trading systems. And needed language to do the commerce, needed to talk to one another. If not, well, we would beat each other up with the bronze swords, but I mean. And to a certain point, maybe language is even more powerful than the Bronze Age. Whenever we started talking to one another is when we really started, changing and evolving and all that kind of stuff. First time you saw me, I was playing a racing game. Hey Elijah, how are you? Welcome back. Yay, a friend. To which I would reply, what am I? Chopped liver? So no, from my point of view, since the 60s, I don't see mankind evolving. I actually kind of think the opposite. I mean, okay, when the internet came about, and I was like, what? Everybody across all the world can talk to each other, understand one another. This will open up the path to us evolving. And having a huge database where if I had a question to something, I would know the answer. Unfortunately, our government censored everything, so statistically here in Canada we have a province called Alberta, and we've already had 9,000 forest fires this year, and 95 of them are man-made. You heard me, 95% of those 9,000 fires are man-made. Whether they are on purpose, whether they are because somebody forgot to put out the fire, whether it was somebody smoking a cigarette that flicked the cigarette into the woods. Whatever, man-made, okay? And then somehow our government is saying, look, we have 9,000 fires so far this year. We need to do something about the climate crisis situation. We need to change. We need to, stop making plastic bags and save the whales. And that's going to protect our forest fires. So there's no direct correlation. But every time you try to Google what the government is promoting and stuff, everything is censored. Now this video might get censored because I talked about the climate. And they'll have a warning saying only the version of Wikipedia and the UN is valid. Everything I said on the subject makes no sense and is misinformation, disinformation. So we've come to the point where I was so happy that the internet, you can't hide the truth, but apparently you can. And instead of understanding one another and everything, everybody's building subjects to divide us. I've never seen people so divided, so misinformed, so miss everything. It's not what I thought the internet would be. You're gonna go and grind some Genshin. Okay, well, good luck with that. Have fun. Hope you have fun with your cousin. I don't know if that sounded weird or not. No, don't leave me, please. I don't want to be stuck with Jeeps all alone. He's too intense. He's still too mental. He always wants to argue everything that I say. Okay, Jeeps. No more political views. Game, please. Game on! I actually need to start another channel and just get political and religious. Like, can I have a channel called Jeep Kills God? I'm gonna take up a toothpick and I'm gonna kill God. Abraham and Moses invented him and I'm gonna kill him. Hey, I actually did not finish last in this game. Hey, I'm doing better 6 hours later. Well, I just got off Call of Duty with my friends. Yeah, I have a friend that played a lot of Call of Duty. Now she's playing Helldivers 2. I don't know how good that is. As a person who grew up a Christian family, but was secretly an atheist, I know. Is this where I start talking about, well, I grew up in a cult, and as a baby, they all said that I was the next Jesus Christ. Then when I was 14 years old, I decided to have a girlfriend, and I was excommunicated from that cult because Jesus is not supposed to have a girlfriend. Okay, let's change. There we go. Good old Porsche 959. Now, this car was super. I grew up in a cult. Well, that's escalated fast. Well, none of that is true, Alexia, but I was like, why not? Why not? Why not? Are you guys hearing me okay? Because my control panel is telling me that there's not enough audio getting through. I need the 707 car M. I love the movies. I don't know what the 707 is. You talking about the 007 James Bond cars? Yes, sir, meaning that you can hear me? Okay. I don't know. Sometimes the YouTube control panel says there's not enough video going through that. So people can't see what I'm doing, or there's not enough audio bit rate or whatnot, and people can't hear me. I was like, okay, something must be weird. That's when I rewatched my thing. I'm like, wait, there's no game sound. Is that what the YouTube is talking about? I'm guessing not, but yes, James Bond. Okay. Well, I don't know what James Bond drives nowadays. Back in my youth, because Gramps is so old, James Bond used to drive an Aston Martin. But the coolest car ever growing up was the Batmobile. Batman's car was always the ultimate car. Sure, we had the Dukes of Hazzards. Sure, we had Knight Rider, all car shows. But to me, the gadget car of all time is the Batmobile. And honestly, I don't know which came first, the Batmobile or the James Bond car. I'm guessing the Batmobile in the comic books came first. Not sure if the 1960s Batman series came out before or after James Bond. So I wouldn't be surprised if the first James Bond movie had an Aston Martin that you can flick a switch and have an oil lagoon dumped behind the car to make it very slippery for other cars. That kind of thing. I wouldn't be surprised if that came out before the Batmobile. in a show, television series, or whatnot? That would be an interesting question. I don't even remember the first James Bond. Growing up, I used to prefer Roger Moore to Sean Connery. Imagine that. As a kid, I preferred Roger Moore to Sean Connery. Then maybe when I was turning maybe 14, 15, 16, I learned to despise Roger Moore and really love Sean Connery. But then by the 90s, then it was other people that Bond was on a hiatus, and they tried, I don't remember who it was. It didn't work out. It didn't work out well. Until I forget that other actor's name, and I really liked him in the role of James Bond. And then the last 3 Bonds or 4 Bonds, or I don't know how many Bonds now. Ever since Casino Royale, it's not the James Bond that I grew up on. It's not the same anymore. So for me, it's just not James Bond. Also, I like the rebooted one, surprisingly. No, it would be bad, but it's really good. Come on! Oh, I am so distracted by the chat. I was winning this race. Which, thank God, it didn't. Back when it would switch to Adult Swim. See, I don't know. Everybody talks about this Adult Swim stuff. Here in Canada, I'm not aware that we ever had that kind of stuff. So I'm thinking that by that time, I already stopped watching television. It's been like 20 years since I've watched television. Like today, Amazon Prime, Apple TV, all of these things, Netflix, you can all watch on a PC. So guess what? In the living room, I have a PC connected to the internet and to my stereo and to my television. And I just watch everything off the internet. I don't have a TV.
Not quite on the podium, but a solid performance all the same.
So I don't know what this Adult Swim is. Around 8 p.m. my bedtime was 10, so I watch shows like American Dad, not getting the adult jokes or the censoring. Oh, okay. I didn't do too well in that race. When the Cartoon Network started here in Canada, you might be surprised to hear this. It was really good. It only gets 18 plus around midnight for the sake of kids who were still watching. Okay. Well, see, when the Cartoon Network started here in Canada, uh, what year was it? Maybe 1995? Around those years, where we got a network that was dedicated to only cartoons. We actually had the original Mickey Mouse black and white episodes. And we also had the Looney Tunes. Bugs Bunny and the Pig and all of these. The Tom and Jerry's. We all had all these original cartoon shows that first came out when they first came out. You know, and then 3 years later, all of that was gone and replaced with the Power Rangers crap and all that crap, and the good old days were gone. Just like the Histories channel when it first came out, every night you would have like really good documentaries about the Greek civilization, the Egyptian civilizations, the Greek, the Romans, France, England during the, Dark Ages and all that stuff. Then you would get to the First World War, then the Second World War, and then, the life of Hitler and the life of Mussolini and all these things. They were so good. So good. And then another again. 2 or 3 years later, it all became super crappy. It was all the crap stuff about the Gulf War and the next Gulf War and all that. So much of these stations were so good when they came out, but it lasted 2 or 3 years, and though that time is gone. Like now, the last time I watched the History Channel, it was anything but history. Where they have shows, I don't know like what, but I'll say this even if it's not true, like Big Brother. How is that history? Why is it on the History Channel? Why, oh why do we get this crap? I don't know what the Powerpuff Girls is. What do you mean at 1 p.m. every day? How old were you when you watched the Powerpuff Girls? Dang, I would get home from school like around 4 o'clock, 10 past 4 o'clock. And between 4 and 5, I had Doctor Who on television. The old Doctor Who, not the new Who. And then from 5 to 6, I had reruns of Cheers, which was super good. And 7, 6 to 7, you had the news. 7 to 8, you had stuff like Entertainment Tonight and all that crap. And then between 8 and 9, you had shows like Seinfeld and all these other shows. Man, I was in a hurry to get home to watch Doctor Who. As a teenager, we didn't even have cartoons anymore. I mean, I think I was, what, maybe 11? Let me see, 8, 9, 10. I was maybe 10 years old when stuff like G.I. Joe and Transformers weren't even on television anymore. So we're like between the ages of 8 and 10, 11, we would have G.I. Joes and Transformers, cartoons on TV getting home from school. But yeah, by the time I was 12, all the cartoons were off. They didn't exist anymore. By the time I got home, it was Doctor Who. Sci-fi at its best. Okay, so this car is not working out for me. Try another car. Let's go with this. I was scared of mummies. Mummies in what? Are there mummies in the Powerpuff Girls? Or were you afraid of your mommy? We're afraid of your mommy. But yeah, I saw War of the Worlds as a very young child. And that movie just scared me because I thought it was real. I thought the Earth had been started to be invaded by aliens, and that was it. And I had a babysitter, and she convinced me that everything that I was seeing was true and really happening, and that we need to lock the doors in case the aliens came around and stuff like that. I really liked that babysitter. And that was a cruel joke to play on kids that you're babysitting. It was during the day, Sunday afternoon. You're hiding in your home and, take out the blankets and make a tent while you're watching TV to know what's going on. Still there, Alexia?
What a start. Fantastic driving. Okay, mate, that's P2.
Guess you're not there no more. Did you go and get yourself a snack, food or something? I know Elijah left us to go and play something probably. So much so that when we went to the museum, you almost fainted. Oh well. I used to love that. Mummies and pyramids. When I was a kid, strangely enough, here in Canada, we have a replica of King Tut's tomb. And Obviously, as a kid, I didn't know this. I thought this was a labyrinth in a real pyramid. But King Tut died so young that he never did get his own pyramid. But still, you know, it was so cool. It was a museum, but it was a life-size museum of his tomb. And with the secret chambers and all that kind of stuff, it was awesome. Never was afraid of mummies, nor vampires, nor werewolves. None of that ever scared me. But I wanted to ask you something. Do you want me to give you back your YouTube permissions and stuff? Do you still want to edit and add some hashtags to my videos? And see if you can change that poll that I put up every once in a while? Okay, well, I mean, King Tut was, I don't know, 8 or 10 years old when he was mummified. So I can kind of understand that about what you're saying. But strangely enough, I never even stopped to think about that situation thing. Like growing up, it's like, well, the Egyptians used to mummify everything that died. Kids, servants, and stuff. Well, what I found kind of weird is that, you know, the pharaoh dies, and unfortunately, all of his staff is buried with him. And from what I gathered, some of them were maybe buried alive, which was really creepy. But, I mean, the issue of mummifying kids or not, it's not something that I've ever really stopped to think about, the morality of it. No, what I found more disturbing was like stuff about the Incas. I think it was the Incas, or was it the Mayans? I think it was the Incas, where they used to sacrifice virgins to the sun god so that they could have sun. And yeah, seeing all those like hundreds and hundreds of skeleton remains at the bottom of the pit where they would sacrifice them was just, man, people are so nuts. But maybe it was a way for the king to control his population growth. You know, they never talk about it in that way, you know. Just, oh, these guys were sacrificing 14-year-old virgins to the sun god. Well, sometimes, you know, religion serves a political thing, and I'm just wondering if it wasn't his way of keeping his population under control, because the reason why they were praying to the sun god is that they have sun, so they have enough crops to feed everybody. But then again, if the king was just, you know, taxing everything from everyone so that nobody ever had anything to eat, so that he can eat like a king and everybody would starve, then whether you know, do the crowd control thing or not doesn't change anything, because you're just a bad king. Well, I had a lot of nightmares about that War of the Worlds movie for ages and years to come. Hey, here I am. Toodaloos. Hey, I finished first. Okay, Alexia, I don't know. Sun God? Wow. Was there raw gods only two? I don't know. Don't know. Really? You've never heard about the sun god of the Mayas and the Aztecs and the Incas? South America stuff? Pyramids? Oh my god, face reveal! Yay! Well, initially I was gonna do, the filters with the helmets and stuff, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna stream the game and that. Since nobody was talking to me or anything this evening, I'm like, I'm just gonna play, have fun, and whoever comes and talks to me, I'll just talk to them and stuff. Don't need to be playing stuff. But I am a gamer, sort of. But yeah, I don't know if how long you want to stay in chat. But like I was saying earlier, do you want your permissions back? I would like to give them back to you, provided stuff doesn't happen like it did the last. Because man, I freaked out. I thought you were mummies, and I just lit a fire to burn everything down, hoping that the mummies would burn too, kind of a thing. Hey, chill. Hey, chill and chat. Well, that's what Genshin's supposed to be, but then I start talking to people and then nobody responds or replies to me and stuff. And I'm just turning around because I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. And an hour later, dude says, well, I watched this other guy do it on YouTube, so I just did what he did. So basically, people, when they play Genshin, they just do whatever other people are doing. They're watching stuff. Sure, I'll make sure you won't faint. Okay, well, let me go back here. See if I can't open up the menus and stuff. I even forget where all of that was. Uh, oh, I think I found you here. Ah, you know my real name. Okay, I don't know what I had you as. Can view, go live, and create, edit. There you go. Save. Oh, okay. Wait a minute, though. This might actually. Is this going to cut the stream? Okay, I think it's done. Okay, and as expected, it froze my cam. There we go. Hopefully, it'll unfreeze shortly. Hey, Reaper's back. I've been exposed. No, I have not exposed you. Yay! Hey! So in theory, things are back to the way they were, I think. So just be careful not to chat as me in the chat and stuff like that, but you have the power, girl. Use it wisely. With great powers comes great responsibilities. Who wants me to do a real name reveal? I don't recommend you doing that ever. Especially on stuff like this. Always use a stage name, like obviously, Yes, my friends call me Jeeps and all this stuff, but you'll never see me giving out the real phone number or real name and address and stuff. It's not really wise. Okay, time for another car change. Don't know if I should go down or up. Thinking definitely up. I think this is what I want to do. It's similar to. What's up? Celestia! Yes, her real name is. LOL, no. Yeah, LOL. Well, don't ask me what it is, because I would be like, is it dyslexia? Or dyslexia? Or something like that? Does that remind me of Levi from Age of Time? What's AOT? And why does Levi sound like a familiar name? What was AOT? Attack on Titan! Levy! Okay. Captain Levy, or whatever rank he was a really badass. He could really take on Titans on his own. Up until he met the Titan that he couldn't take on his own. But he was pretty much deadly to the end. And it's too bad that it took 10 years to run that series, because it was really good at first. Even 5 years in, I was still had some enthusiasm for it. Then by year 6, it was all gone. So I did watch it till the end, but it's almost as if I was forcing myself to watch it. Yes, it was still good. It's just that 10 years have passed, man. It's too long. I mean, 3 years in, you either discover that it's a phenomenon or not, and just do it. Go all in and hammer it out. Not have 2 or 3 or 4 years in between seasons. Especially for anime. Oh yeah, I've watched Attack on Titan. It took over 10 years to watch it. And no, I'm not gonna rewatch it. As much as it almost felt like a job, you know. When they started the seasons part 1 and part 2, there's a year or two in between the parts, man. It's like, this makes no sense. Everybody loved the story. Just give us the story. In English with subtitles, please, because I want to understand. I think I banged up my car a bit too much here. Oh, I'm gonna lose it at the last second. I don't want to lose this race. My car's just there to stress me out. I can see the future now. Don't ask me what it means. Yes. Can see the future now? So it's C Lexi. Don't ask me what it means. Hey, kitty cat. Qui fait le gros minet? Qui fait le bon chat? Fais le bon chat. Mon gros bébé. Mon petit tannant. Et mon petit tannant. Oui, t'es petit tannant. As long as it's not Shira, Princess of Power, you're good. Panther wants his. Such a good. What kind of language were you speaking to your cat? Oh, that would be French. French. I speak to this cat in French and I speak to my other cat in English. That way they know which one I'm talking to at all times. And yes, it does make a difference. He was speaking French. Such a big baby. Just wants to cuddle with that. So funny. When it's time to go to bed or in the morning, comes up and he puts his paw on my nose. And then he rolls around and pluckers down. And in the morning, he turns around, wakes up, and puts his paw on my nose. And you see the kitty cat, he's so funny. So funny. Okay. Just looking at me now, I was like, just pay attention to me, Daddy. Pay attention to me. Never mind the Yoda Sprinter Truno, also known here in America as the Celica. Yes, according to my parents, I was a gift from God, so they wanted name me Celestia, but added Lexi to it. Did Reaper leave? So Reaper basically asks us, what language am I speaking? And just leave. Ooh, somebody just voted. And somebody just voted again. How is your weekend starting off? 40% says good, 20% says great. And two people are like, meh. Don't know what that means. Meh. I guess it means it could be better, right? Yeah, I think your name revealed scared him off. Either that or my French scared him off. Yeah, work your way from the back of the pack. He was not kidding. Oh, help, there's a rat in my kitchen. Don't talk about your boyfriend like that. That's not nice. Although I did receive a phone call once from the landlord asking me to go and remove the rat that they caught in another apartment. Like the rat was dead, it was caught in a trap, but the tenant was afraid to touch it, to throw it out in the garbage. So the landlord called me up to see if it would bother me to go and dispose of it. That was so funny. No, really, on those glue trap things. Also, how dare you? How dare you? Ooh, I probably need to work on this car a bit. I don't know what the upgrades are. Definitely lacking power here. I squeeze every bit of power that I could out of this chassis. I am keeping up with them, so maybe can actually pass them, maybe even more. What? I had max speed issues. I needed cars to bump me in the rear so I could go faster. Was that it? Is the rat dead? Or is he just trapped now? And you're just waiting for him to die? Oh no, he's got me sideways, darn it. We had good experiences together, and a few weeks ago, that's not what. What? That's not important. What are you talking about? I'm confused now, Alexia. Specify. I don't know what Does that mean that a few weeks ago something happened? Or that a few weeks ago something happened? What? I don't know. Well, okay, let me put it again like this. It either sounds like something happened in a good way a couple of weeks ago, or it sounds like something happened that not necessarily good, but not necessarily bad kind of happened. Talking about love. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. How is it not important, girl? Dang. Okay, well, it's either you broke up, because that would be like a major thing. You guys were supposed to get married, weren't you? Weren't you like engaged? So if you broke up, it's kind of important, girl. You guys had been like together since forever. And I know that you were looking really forward to the next step of your guys' journey. Okay. Well, maybe this is not the platform that we need to talk to about. Oh. Like, what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. What? Like, in a good way? Okay. Not important. I am so confused. But also, I understand that, not necessarily the best place to talk about it, where, can talk about that stuff on Discord. I'm there all day long. Nobody ever comes and talks to me much during the day, except my friend from Tennessee. But she's been very busy. It's springtime in the States now, so I mean, during the winter you don't have to cut the grass, so I can spend time with Jeeps. But I don't know if you saw her videos with the cows and stuff. She's got a lot of grass to cut. So that takes pretty much 4 days out of the 5 days a week. I don't get to see my friend as much as I used. Yes, they've got tractors and stuff, but they've has to do her mother's grass and her sister's grass and gone all week cutting grass and feeding the cows and everything else that she does every day. Okay, well, that did not end so well, so I'm gonna have to go and look at the upgrades of this car. Well, not like YouTube mods are doing anything. Their moderation team is robots and AI, which sucks. Balls. I got soundboard. Please like, share, and subscribe.
You maniac! You blew it up! Damn you! God damn you all to hell!
That cracks me up every time. Yeah, a lot of it is robots and AI and stuff. No, and actually have to sometimes. What did I do? Balls. Okay, need to work on this vehicle because I don't know what's the upgrade. Okay, well that's the issue here. You gave the car brakes. We don't want to give the car brakes. Don't need to brake. We definitely don't need tires on this car. But we do need. We don't even need a transmission. Let's remove the transmission on this car. Do 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 da da da. There was a song we sang as a kid. Let's put a super turbo on it. Power. Oh, power. Want the power. Ooh, 500's too much. What about the fuel injection? Will it get me? No. Over 500. Too much. What the engine block? Ooh, 498. Air intake got me to 496. We go with 498, folks. Now we have power. Now I have the power. The power to win the race, maybe. So, like the rat is trying to bite its way out of the glue trap. Good luck with that, Ratty. Ask the rat if he's seen the movie Ratatouille. Help me, I shiver every time it squeaks, and it's gonna squeak a lot. So I don't know if you have like a cardboard box that you can kind of put over him and flip him in it and then throw it out the window outside and just be gone with it. Or do you have like a shovel? Just pick it up on the shovel and throw it out the window. If you live on the 14th floor, you might want to get insurance in case on the way down it kills somebody. Hey, you never know. Don't do that kind of thing. Don't do it. Don't do. Don't. And don't throw the shovel out the window either by accident. That's not good either. I wish I could help you. I mean, I don't mind doing it. I did it, like I said. 10 years ago, I received a phone call from a landlord asking me to go and do it. I did it. I'm still alive. I'm not going outside. It's way too cold. Tell me about it. I had to turn the heating back on because it was so cold. Well, at least now it seems like I have power to keep up with these guys. Car doesn't drive as good as it used to, but I got power to keep up with them. Now it's all about skill when it comes to keeping it on the track, which I got none of, folks. I got no skill. I just got my driver's license like last year, and look how old I am. Not true. Not true. I actually have a driver's license since I was 14. Believe it or not. Back in my day, you could have a driver's license at the age of 14. Yes, folks. This was Canada. Now I think you're not even allowed to drive on your own after dark until you're like the age of 21. Is just I mean, so that's one of the reasons why when you say that I think that since the 60s mankind has evolved, whereas my days to drive a car at the age of 14, and now it's illegal to drive after dark up until you're like the age of 21. No sense. That's like 7 years, 7 whole years after I had my driver's license. How are airbags and seat belts making life safer for everybody if it takes you 7 years to learn how to drive? Something's just wrong. I'm just messing with it now, poor thing. Is it a mice or a rat? Because you started off with a rat. Now apparently it's a mice. Ah, I hated cornflakes. Cornflakes used to be like some of the worst cereal ever. Now, Frosted Flakes, those are great. I even prefer regular oatmeal cornflakes, folks. I've never been a fan of cinnamon for breakfast. I don't know why, but if you're gonna go the sugar route, I don't know if they still make like Captain Crunch kind of a stuff. And for a very limited time here in Canada, we had this thing called Fruity Pebbles that were like the Flintstone cereal, but I mean, I think after a year, they removed them off the market, but I really liked them. But I think in between the 70s and the 90s, you had these people that were like, oh, sugar is bad, which is true. Sugar is bad, it leads to diabetes. And they removed everything. Like, it's not like I was allowed to eat it 7 days a week. That's why I say I complain about the Cheerios and the corn flakes and all these other cereals that I had to eat because I wasn't allowed to eat only the sugar stuff. But on the weekends, while watching your Saturday morning cartoons, give me sugar. Well, they're good if you put like strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, that kind of thing in it. I just prefer like regular oatmeal if you're going to give me cornflakes. Within 2 seconds they become soggy, and they don't taste good at all or nothing, just plain, it's like, no. Give me oatmeal. Give me some honey that I could pour into it. But honey and oatmeal is super good. Honey and cornflakes, I mean, it's just milk and honey, and it's not good. We'll laugh. Yeah, I should probably record it instead of this one. But good enough, close enough, I guess. But I think mine is more evil. I do need to record my voices to do stuff, but I like the anime stuff. I mean, I did record this. Balls. That's for Terumi, and I did record this. Please like, share, and subscribe. Oatmeal tastes like dog water unless you and cinnamon and honey. See, again with the cinnamon. I prefer the maple syrup and the brown sugar because there is the cinnamon apple thing. I don't like that one. I don't like that oatmeal. I'm not a fan of cinnamon in my breakfast for some reason. I don't know why. Just don't. See, that's what I was saying. Reaper comes in here, asks a question, and he's gone even before you're answering, and then you go on and ask him a question. He doesn't answer. Sometimes, I have some of the best viewers, and when everybody comes together and talks, and we're having a lot of fun in here, and we play chess together and making food at that restaurant thing, and even you convinced me once to play checkers, which I really hate, but seems like we had a lot of fun those evenings, and some evenings it's like everybody doesn't want to do nothing. Plus cereal before milk. Yeah, who eats honey with milk unless you warm your milk and eat cereal, which is weird. I eat honey. One of my best combinations as a kid was toast with Chiz Whiz and honey. And you would go, wash, and all that, and I would agree with you. Because back in the day, Chiz Whiz didn't taste what it tastes like today. Back in when I was young, Chiz Whiz tasted radioactive, which was really awesome. Then here in Canada, they passed a law that you're not allowed to call it cheese unless you have like 50% real cheese in it. So then they removed the nuclear radioactive goo out of it and put like real cheese into it, and it completely destroyed the taste of Chiz Whiz. And yeah. But yeah, honey and oatmeal, super good. Honey on waffles, yes, I adore maple syrup, but honey is good too. I like honey on everything. I really like honey. But everything's gotten so expensive. I've always hated cheese sauce, like easy cheese. I don't know what easy cheese. Well, I mean, at certain point, it's like Doritos when they first came out. You know, uh, They call it nacho cheese. It doesn't taste like cheese, but I still like them. But then again, they changed the recipe. I don't know what happened between the 80s and then the 90s. Everything just changed. Too many vegetarians got into power politics and tried to change everything. I mean, if you don't like Cheese Whiz, don't eat it. Nobody's forcing you to eat it. Easy Cheesy is the American version of Chiz Whiz. Balls. Please like, share, and subscribe. So, are you back from your date yet? I even asked that as a question. Hi, Jeeps. Told me you were sick. Sick and tired. That's what I said. I said, Terumi, sick and tired. Same.
I sound like a 14-year-old, but my boobs are huge.
Still have that. I'm not on a date, Jeeps. Prove it. Been gone for 3 hours. That tells me that you were on a date. I'm too busy playing Star Rail, really. Are you playing with Blast? Why don't you all come in here and just chat with us? All 151. All 151 Chest and Fontaine. I'm definitely going to be looking at that video. He's dating Star Rail Jeeps. I'm not playing with Blast. Blast is not on. Oh. Yes, she is. She's live streaming on her YouTube channel in Honkai Star Rail. So she's on. Okay. I tried watching it, but it's like you're like a kid and you're looking at two adults talking. You're not really seeing the lips move, but one is talking to the other and the other one's talking back. And it goes on and on and on and on. Like, what? Okay. I do like the fact that it's maybe sci-fi-ish. I do like sci-fi, but it didn't do it for me. Not anymore. Anyway, cereal before milk. Yes. Because I didn't like soggy cereal, I would put the least amount of milk possible so that there was a little bit of milk on every cereal, but it was still crunchy and I had time to finish it and not have any milk in the bottom. That's how you know, but that's not necessarily healthy because I think that milk is the healthy part of the cereal that you're eating. Then again, a lot of people, it's not like my mom would make it with breast milk, so no, I'm not a cow. Why are we giving me cow milk? Oh, kind of a thing. If we're gonna go that route nowadays. Convince this man that cinnamon toast crunch is king. Okay. If you're gonna put cinnamon, I rather just eat Pop Tarts. Pop Tarts are good. Do you like Pop Tarts? I like Pop Tarts. Pop Tarts are. I'm stuck building your part since I didn't get adventuring. Well, I'm sorry. Why are you surprised? Like, which game gives us the characters that we want? Oh, any other game other than MiHoYo's games. Take out any other game. You can have any character you want. Build your own if you're not happy. Except that nowadays, whatever character you build has to be ugly because ugly is the new beautiful. Which, okay, whatever. No. Pop Tarts are terrible. How are Pop Tarts terrible? Honestly, in my opinion, Pop Tarts are desserts. They should not be considered breakfast by any means whatsoever. I mean, okay, people are free to disagree with that. But if I was like passing Halloween, trick or treating, I get to a house and they're like, we're all out of candy. Then I would be like, do you have any Pop Tarts in the cupboard? I'll take a Pop Tart. Pop Tarts are good. I love Pop Tarts. Give me a Pop Tart. Go get Pop Tarts. No candy? Give me Pop Tarts. The strawberry ones are my favorite, but the ones that are double chocolate are even better. Butterfingers. I agree. I hate Butterfingers. Which, you know what? Talking about all of this makes me hungry. I'm going to go and get myself a bite to eat. And it's probably going to be an omelet sandwich. Yes, folks. Omelet sandwich. Dairy milk over Hershey. Okay. That English chocolate is good. Keeps make me want he disappeared. Oh, he's Batman. Batman's parents. Without a trace. I'll be right back. Feeding the cats myself and make. Okay, I'm back. Doot doot doot. Oh, okay. Well, now more people are having a good night now. Good. 17% great. Somehow we still have a meh. All right. Hey, hey. I don't want to eat in front of people, but everything looks like super white, so you can't see that I'm eating. I was meh, but now you're good now that Terumi's here. When you're sleeping all day, miserable, it's not fun. No, it's not. But hey, if you guys want it, I can put on my nurse outfit and take your temperature and stuff. I'm just saying. Oh, maybe people would prefer if I play doctor then. Do not. Do not what? You don't want me to take out my wig and put on my nurse outfit? And then unzip it down so you can just see enough of my cleavage? Huh? What the heck? Okay, I won't. No, Jeeps, what the? Do I need to go and get my There's outfit to show you guys. I had to do a few altercations because, throughout the years I've gained a little bit of weight, so I don't have the hour shaped glass thing that I used to. Yes! Yay! And yet I'm sorry, my cleavage is for my boyfriend only. Okay. I'm just, some people say you should put on the wig and do that thing and put it on your Patreon page, and I'm willing to do that. But I'm also willing to, maybe push it a little bit more, not just a wig, maybe a little outfit here and there. Now, I actually have an outfit that is so much better than Lisa's. Balls. I'm just saying, do it. But hey, if people don't want me to, then fine, I won't. No, I think you could cosplay as Yay Miko. No, I can't. I don't have a Yay Miko outfit. I had a lot of outfits. Unfortunately, a lot of them are gone. Have you guys ever watched Spartacus? Not the movie, the series that came out. I guess it's like 15 years now. At least 10. But there used to be a series called Spartacus. It ran for 3 seasons, but after the first season, the main actor died. But anyways, those costumes, I used to have one. It's gone. I had a pharaoh costume. That's gone. I'm left with the nurse and I would call it a madame outfit. Not a mistress. Not the leather and boots kind of a thing. No, the proper mistress. And yes, I made them myself. I do so. So they're not the cheap stuff that you find in whatever costume store that you were thinking about. Yay, Miko. No, not gonna happen. Did I leave you guys speechless all of a sudden? What's happening? I thought what I said was a lot more controversial than that, and nobody, said anything about it. Man, I just lost a position again. No, I think you should cosplay. No. Why have you guys gone silent all of a sudden? Are you guys talking to one another? What's going on? I don't like it when people are quiet. You're playing Genshin, really? Nobody wants to play when I play. Like the other day or the other week now, I updated Fortnite to be able to play with you. We couldn't play that night because I had to update. Now I'm guessing if I wanted to play Fortnite with you, I'd have to update again. Damn thing. And I was gonna make you an omelet thing, but like I was telling Alexia earlier, I think that spaghetti would be more appropriate. Dang, that car is fast. Did you see at the speed that it just flew right by me? But we were also talking about, I don't know if you ever saw the movie, the Walt Disney movie, Lady and the Tramp. The original one, I don't know if there's been a remake, but the original one was really cute. It was super awesome, in fact. Yeah, I was playing Genshin earlier too this evening, and you know what? After talking to myself for 30 minutes and then discovering that everybody left the stream, I just called it quits, and that's why I'm doing this now. Nobody's interested in me playing Genshin anymore, so I'm just gonna do other stuff, I guess. Oh, is Alexia still here? Or did she leave? Okay, well, I guess this is time for my last race. Call it a night. Podium finish. Ooh, I finished second. I never could catch up to the other dude, did I? That was a beautiful car back in the day, though. I have no clue. Okie dokies. What time is it? Oh, it's 11:30, almost midnight. Remember the days where Alexia tried to keep us up until 4 a.m.? And she actually did it by playing tricks on us because we were moving, we were changing the hours. Instead of being 2 a.m., it turned out to be 4 a.m. That was not cool. I dozed off. Well, okay, time for me to call it a night then. Thank you all for, standing here and keeping me company on a Friday evening. That was sort of meh, too, when it started out. Hopefully, Erza, you get well soon, because, man, is it because you play too much and you're up all night that you're tired that it's making you sick? Like, can't you control yourself to, get the rest so that you feel healthy the next day? And Grandpa put me to sleep with his stories of a nurse outfit and cleavage and stuff. Possible, everything's possible. I have really hard times with sleeping. Well, isn't there like a movie or anything that you can play that just puts you out like that? Like, I really liked the first Matrix movie, but ever since I saw it the first time, every time I watch it, like 5 minutes into the movie, when Neo gets the call from, what's his name? I forget now. Morpheus? Bang, I'm out like that and I'm sleeping. And I put the movie on autoplay rerun. So no matter when I wake up in the middle of the night, if it's still playing, boom, I'm like that, I'm asleep again. Yeah, well, a doctor is not gonna make you sleep, dude. I mean, all he'll say is, do relaxing things. And I mean, how can I say? It's like when I was a kid, I couldn't sleep either. Mainly because my father, before leaving, would say, okay, you're the man of the house, make sure everybody's safe. And we didn't live in a safe area, but he was gone like 9 months out of the year. So those 9 months, I would, sit in the living room, lay down on the couch, and make sure that no burglars came in. I was up all night making sure everybody was safe in the house. You know, still had to go to school the next day, still had to do everything a normal child would do, but just making sure everybody was safe so I was never sleeping Oh, yes, I would fall asleep and all that, but you still end up with like 4 hours of sleep a day, which is not a lot for a kid, you know? And you're always nervous because you always think that every night you go to bed, you think murderers are going to come in and kill everybody. And somebody has to protect the sister and the mother, you know. You're the man of the house. You're 8 years old, but you know, protecting everybody is up to your responsibility. So I did it for 3 years, not 1 year, not 2 years. I did it for three. So yeah, I had problems sleeping, but then there's certain things that put me to sleep right away, so I do those. And it's really not until I started snoring, which was maybe 15 years ago that I started snoring. And that's when I was able to sleep through and through the night. Now, 5 years after I started snoring, so now for the past 10 years, I snore so loud that I end up waking myself up. If that makes any sense. So there was this 5 years of my life where I would sleep like a brick. Now I toss and turn and whatnot, but I just have all these different playlists and different things that put me to sleep right away. And it could be like old TV shows that you watched as a kid or cartoons or anything. Anything that doesn't have like a loud intro or outro to it. Something that, you know, balances itself out and you can play in a loop. Snoring means that your thing in the back of your throat is totally 100% relaxed. Then you get into the issues that if you snore too much, too long, in a bad position, and all that stuff, that you actually choke and miss air and all that stuff. But like when you lay down and you start snoring, it's because you've reached a place where you are so relaxed. But then that little thing in the back of the throat that's so relaxed actually starts cutting the air intake. So you can't snore all night long and all that stuff. But just to say that once you start snoring, you're totally relaxed. Well, I don't end up on the floor, but I do roll around. And strangely enough, I've always had like either dogs or cats sleep on my bed with me. So I always toss and turn into really bad positions because ever since I was a kid, I never wanted to bother the animals. So instead of me being in a good, comfortable position to sleep in and having to kick either the cat or the dog out of the bed or whatever area they're in, I would do the compromise and be in a bad position and wake up with a sore arm, sore elbow, sore knee, sore shoulder, you know, whatever. So I toss and turn all night long, but in a position that, depending on where the animals are, and to this day with these two cats, it's the same thing. I'm actually lucky because my little tiger half the time he will sleep with me, or half the night he sleeps with me, but then on the other half, he has his tree near the window and he likes to look outside and fall asleep while checking everything out. Like a smaller me, younger when I was a kid, checking out for the family in the living room couch, looking out the bay window and falling asleep. So he's kind of like that. So I'm lucky. Half the night, I only have one cat to deal with in bed or the couch because sometimes I fall asleep on the couch. What game, Jeeps? Hey, Skunkang. This is Project Car. I've been playing it for a couple of hours now. Now we're just talking because Hirumi has trouble falling asleep. So either he needs to listen to my streams when he decides to go to bed because I have a voice that'll put him to sleep right away. Well, I don't know. It is hard when it's a habit of tossing and turning. But I don't stress myself with it. Okay, like I would say like 80% of the time I end up sleeping on my sides, but there is this 20%. Sometimes I'll fall asleep on my back and then I'll start tossing and turning during the night. And once in a blue moon, like every so couple of days or whatnot, I go to bed sleeping on my back and I wake up sleeping on my back. It's as if I hadn't moved at all during the night. And that doesn't happen all that often, but it does once in a while. And usually those nights I sleep like, let's say, 5 hours, and I wake up and I'm super, super ready to go. And if I tossed and turned and whatnot, I could sleep 8 hours, wake up, and felt like I did not sleep at all. Yes, I sleepwalk, but nobody's ever caught me doing it. And I've never caught myself doing it, but I know I do it. And the reason why I know this is because one day, like 25, maybe 30 years ago, I fell asleep on a couch, and let's say that this phone here is a remote control for the television, like, the thing that you change channels with. So I'm sitting in my couch and I fall asleep. Then I wake up and I go to turn off the TV to go and sleep in bed. And I do this with the remote and I do that with the remote. And it's full of liquid. The remote is full of liquid. You can hear, like when you have a bottle of water and you can feel the water going from one from one end to the other. But it wasn't water. It was Coca-Cola that was in the remote. So, how did Coca Cola end up in the remote when I fell asleep on the chair and I woke up in the same position that I fell asleep? Wow, okay, so dairy products make you sleepwalk? Okay, well, that I don't have that issue. I just know that sometimes some things disappear. Like, I know I put my phone here, you know, and tomorrow it might be next to my bed, but I don't remember putting it next to my bed. So, how did I get up during the night, pick up the phone and bring it to the bed when I know I forgot it here when I went to bed. Kind of things like that. So I do know that I wake up. Coca-Cola how? Jeeps, you're explaining what a remote is makes me feel old. I still have a remote for my television, but I also have a cordless mini keyboard thing. So that's the new remote for me. It's a mini keyboard with a touchpad mouse on it. So I can move the cursor on my TV and stuff. I don't have the big button remotes like we used to. That thing was like super huge and about this thick. It was super remote for the television, but it was full of Coca-Cola. Like at first I thought it was water and stuff, but then I opened up the battery tray and all the fluid was dark. So you take a Scott towel and you start, you know, and it's Coca-Cola that's in the remote. It's like how none of it made sense. You fall asleep in front of the TV, you wake up, and the remote is full of Coca Cola. So the only way that could have happened is if I was sleepwalking. So that's how I know that I sleepwalk, but I've never woken up while sleepwalking. Like, I've never gone to bed, woken up, and I was in front of the fridge in the kitchen. Nothing like that ever happened to me. Okay, well, those are the three color things that you had, like your PlayStation connected to a CRT TV. Well, dude, I grew up in a black and white television. Then came color television. I'm that old. And PC monitors also used to be CRT. Strangely enough, as much as I like the flat screen for the colors and everything else, they're just not as durable as the old TVs. Those old TVs, I mean, they can work for 40 years, 50. These flat screen TVs, man, you look at it crooked and then, you see the pixels starting to go on them. Oh, this little pixel doesn't do the red anymore. That little pixel doesn't do the green anymore. That one, if the white comes on, it never leaves again. Yeah, flat screen TV stuff, man, monitors and stuff, they're just different. But yeah, Urza needs to just find himself a system that puts him to sleep. As a kid, I tried so many things, and sometimes it would work and sometimes it wouldn't. Like as a kid, I used to do like model kits, like you see here on my shelf, of tanks and boats and planes and all kinds of stuff. And there was a time that I would go to bed and I would think about building that model that I did, every piece and every order. And at first, it would work super good. But like 2 months down the line, I would end up not falling asleep and building the entire model in my head over and over again. So, I had to find something else that would put me to sleep and find something else that would put me to sleep. I really struggled trying to fall asleep as a kid. There was one time I drank milk before bed, my boyfriend aware of my sleepwalk. Triggers. Got a GoPro and recorded me sleepwalking. Living room, mumbling something about how grass Okay. I don't know what you were dreaming that you wanted to talk about how grass tastes. Okay, I mean, I've eaten dirt, kid, very young kid. Have to admit, like every other kid that came before me and all around me, he ate dirt. Only once, but we did it. Well, some more often than others, because every time you'd get into a school fight, one of the two would always eat dirt. He would have his face down in the dirt and be eating it all the time. And it was normal for me growing up to have fights in the schoolyard. It was just like a passage of rights or whatever. Everybody, except for the girls, got into fights. Girls would pull their hair, and that would be about it. One would scream and break everybody's ears, and the fight would be like 3 seconds and it's over. Whereas boys, man, we could fight for like 5, 10 minutes without giving up. You'd have your face down in the dirt. You would be still calling the other one an idiot. The fight would keep on going. Oh, yeah, I've built many tanks. I wish I still had all of those. I wish I had all the models that I built in my life because, how could I say? I'd like to have like dioramas for my Gundams back here. And if I had like tanks and planes or even parts that I could smash and kit bash and all kinds of stuff. Girls nowadays fight with metal water bottle. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Times have changed so much. How can I say? I don't know if you guys have ever seen like Pulp Fiction, where there's this couple sitting at a diner table, and they're like, "I love you, honey bunny. I love you too, honey bunny." Kind of a discussion. Then the girl gets up with a gun and starts saying, "You motherfuckers, I'm gonna shoot every single one of you." Like, what? Not the boyfriend. The girlfriend gets up with the gun and starts, going with this language and pointing the gun at everybody. Okay, yes, I've seen movies like Bonnie and Clyde and all these other things, but just the way that this girl had it in your face and stuff is like, oh man. This is the actress that we need to hire to play the role of Furiosa, a Mad Max saga. you know, I'm sorry, why is it a trend to have a $70 water bottle, which is around 95 Canadian? What did I come back to? We've been talking about you for the past 30 minutes, Terumi. I still don't have the guts to build a tank, although I have the resources. I hope one day I can build a proper Sherman. Well, wasn't it you that was telling me that you build Gundams? Who was it that told me that they build Gundams? We're already going back like a month or two, and my memory's not all that good. But somebody told me that they were building Gundams for their friends and stuff. Is that you, Skunk? How do you not build a Sherman tank? How do you not build tanks? I build model cars, model planes, model tanks, model boats, model engines. I even had the Columbia with the boosters. I had so many models in my life. Yes, it's you. Okay. And you should come to my Discord and put pictures of those Gundams that you made. Post them in the picture section so that it refreshes my memories and stuff. And I don't know, Alexia, why people pay for $100 for a water bottle. I guess that's the price in Canada. Cause I don't know. I bought my metal water bottles like 20 years ago now. And I didn't pay that much. I think I may have paid like $5 or $10 each for them, and they're all stainless steel. But then after I bought them, it became fashionable to have water bottles and stuff. Back when I bought water bottles, people are like, "What? You too poor to have glasses?" No, I drink from a cup or I drink straight from the bottle. I mean, the jug. I love my jugs. I drink straight from the jug. Hey, I'm single. Not like I enjoy washing, doing dishes all day long. But yeah, Terumi, we were talking about your sleeping disorder and finding ways to fall asleep, and I explained how I got through my disorder and stuff. I was distracted trying to build Lynette. Well, we were talking about you, and I talked about my sleeping disorder and explained how I got through mine, hoping that it would help you out. But apparently, people just do other stuff and leave me hanging here talking for hours and hours on end. I need to stop that. Well, see, this is where I get into the thing where, well, or I'm forcing you to drink the homemade syrup, which interpretate that however you want. No, medicine's the last thing you want to do because narcotics, you get used to those and you become addicted to those. Find yourself a system. Whatever puts you to sleep, use that until no longer works. Find another system. And yes, might sleep good for a month or two and then, trying to find another system where you're not sleeping for a month or two. Man, it's only like 15 years ago that finally my system came to be. But like I was saying, my father would leave 9 months out of the year. And I was like 8 years old, and the responsibility of keeping my mothers and sisters safe was up to me. So I was up all night in the living room looking out the bay window because, the neighborhood was not safe. just making sure that everybody in the family was safe. So I was lucky if I had 2 or 3 hours a night, and I did that until I was 11, 12 years old. So yeah, at that young age, it kind of creates problems of sleeping. Duh. Because the tank is a real thing, unlike Gundams, which is kind of fantasy. Tanks, aircrafts, and warships kind of have their template model, which I personally feel no, no, no. It is different. Like all the tanks and everything else, you will need glue. Okay, you've already told me that you use glue on certain parts of a Gundam, but basically, Gundams are also snap fit. So you just remove the nubs, and presto, your Gundam is built. Whereas tanks and everything else is, man, it's pain in the butt. But you can modify them. Like, I forget what you call the racks that the plastic comes onto. I would take like one of the lengths and put it underneath a candle and stretch it out. And it would make like antennas that I would stick two antennas at the end of my tank or the end of or put one on a Jeep. I would make antennas. I would take some wire and roll it around a nail and create springs that I could put on my vehicles and Jeeps and tanks and stuff. Man, there's so many things that you can do. Just cutting up plastic, melting it underneath a candle, and putting it on your model. So cool. Well, see, that would not work. If I bought a pillow of Lisa, I would probably be humping it all night long. Whoops, did I say that out loud? Oops. Not a bad idea. Expect he possibly has 5 already. Well, I think that, anywhere more than one Lisa is a problem. If you have like 5 Lisas, have you ever seen the episode of Star Trek, back the old Star Treks, where he goes to this android world, where there's this one dude that has all these androids serving him? They all look alike and they all talk alike. That's what having more than one Lisa reminds me of. I'm pretty sure that, the Chinese have, silicone body parts made up of Lisa or modeled after Lisa's model. People, in case you don't know, oh, that's what I forgot to put in here because I accidentally deleted my OBS interface, so I no longer have that one option to put the 18 and older thing message that I used to have. I need to go back and get it. Lynette is not bad, but she's not good either. Lynette is just like a regular traveler Anemo. She's really not good. Like I say, she's not bad, but she's not gonna be good. It's like taking Razor and trying to make him an electro supercharger. He's never gonna be a Shogun. Gonna be okay in something, but he's never gonna be awesome in anything. I thought you were a Candace person. Yeah, I am. Actually, I was a Shinha person before a Candace person. But Sheena's never gonna get a rerun. MiHoYo decided, you know what? We're just gonna sell outfits for her and people will buy them not even having the character. And that's okay. As long as we make money, we don't care if the clients are satisfied or not. So me and friends can run around with the sib and they make me take Well, that's kind of weird because I know you're more of a Freminette or Fremine person. I know you built your Fremine. Lenny is actually quite good pyro. Who was it? Kusunagi? Who is, if I'm not mistaken, Dante on Discord? His Lenny does like 180k damage, which is far more than my Utao. Okay, my Utao can do 130, 140k damages, but 180? I don't think I remember seeing my Utao ever doing that. Then why betray Candace for Lisa? I'm not betraying Candace for Lisa. I just believe that sometimes having a harem is healthy. Says the guy who's single and talking to streamers on YouTube. So they're all fictional characters anyway, so why can I not live a fantasy? Lucky in my own town, every year they held a miniature hobby shop. Oh man, those dioramas with tanks and ships were impressive. Well, I've seen a lot of Gundam dioramas, and man, what is it? There is this show, the Nadissimo. Is that it? Man, what was that anime show where it's a sci-fi mecha show, but they're also making dioramas of mecha stuff? And he's taking hot irons and nails and stuff and putting bullet holes in the mecha. Man, that was so awesome. Yeah, my other friend wanted Fremine, so I had no choice. I don't have lint. Always have a choice. You can tell your friends, you know what? I'm gonna run around with Lisa. Because, like, everybody's telling me, because I did a video of people saying, don't believe the hype, don't pull for Arlecchino because they tell you she's super good. She's not. Just very ordinary. Go for other characters if you don't have these other characters. And everybody's like, oh, well, I just wish for her because I want to play with the characters I have fun with. So, why are you going to take Lynette that you're not going to have fun with? Where you already have a Freminette build that you do enjoy using? It's a grizzly bear. That, that tiger or panther, both of them pass by. Currently, I'm seeing Panther, but I think he's on his way back. So if this is the one you're talking about, this is Panther. Who it's like his third or fourth time coming to me, telling me that it's bedtime. This cat really likes sleeping on Daddy. He doesn't like it when Daddy's on the chair because he gets up every so often. Whereas when I go to bed, well, I'm pretty much there for 8 hours. And this cat used to be so independent as younger, but he's 11 years old now, and past he's been like this, constantly on me. Most affectionate cat ever. But he wasn't like that initially. Younger cats are very independent. As the older they get, they just want to chill with dad. I don't know why. And this used to be a beautiful. This is a car from what, the 60s, 70s? And look at the curves on this car. You know, when they, you know, compare cars to women? Hourglass and curves, everything else. This was a very sexy car back in the day. They don't make them like that anymore. My cat, the only passion you get from me when I'm hungry. Well, I don't know. Not everybody's the same way. And not every cat is the same either. Like, okay, this cat also used to come to see me either when he wanted to sleep, because he's always been a sleeper. He always came to sleep next to me. But now he is constantly asking me to go to sleep, which is different than. Or he would come to see me when he was hungry. He would come to see me when he wanted to go outside. But he's not a big talker. Whereas my little tiger, man, he comes and talks and talks and talks. He's like his daddy. You know, ever since he's been born, he hears daddy talking all day long to the computer. So he figures he's going to do the same. Walks around the house just talking and talking and talking and talking. I hear him all day long. He goes all over the place. He doesn't shut up for 2 seconds, like his daddy. It's so funny, but not all cats are the same. This one never talks. Once in a blue moon, he'll look at me and go meow, but it's not often. I would not say that this is the one that. I would not say that. I would not say. Because there were several other Ferraris back in the day. So I'm not sure that that was the one. Like Ford also had this one. Lotus had this. Ford had this. And Ferrari had this. And Porsche had this. So actually, I think that 1971, 1970, 1970, 1967. So maybe you're right. I'd have to look at the GT40 when it first came out and see. No, well, we can Google it here. (1960 to 1965). So this Ferrari actually came out after the GT40. So, I mean, you would have to go back to Ferraris from, like, let's say 1958, because I'm guessing it took at least a year or two. So back then, Ferrari didn't have any mid engines. So we're talking about the 250, 275 GTs, GTOs that Ferrari had. Oh man, you're asking the wrong guy. You are so asking the wrong guy. If money was not an issue, I would buy back my pickup truck, my 1980, 81, 82, my 1982 Ford Toyota, not Ford Toyota, Toyota pickup. But I would also like go for a Jeep Willys. I would also go for a Humvee. I would, anything truck utilitarian, Range Rover, the original Range Rovers, not the crap that they put out since the 1980s or mid 80s. Ah, man, all Jeeps, all 4x4s, all pickups, trucks. That's what I would go for. Carburetors. What is it? The Mercedes Unimog. I don't know if you know what those are. The Pinzgauers. The what is it? The Volvo. Was it the 303? So yeah, no money, no issue. I would go with those vehicles. No cars. None whatsoever. Hello, Zer Gamer. How are you this evening? Long time no see. Did it crash on my end or did it crash on your end? Good and meh are tied. Really at 43? Dang. That is crazy. Oh, your end? Okay. Well, okay, don't scare me. Don't scare me. I thought my YouTube crashed. Yeah, Good was in the lead for the longest time. I don't know why all of a sudden it got into. I never understand why people want Humvees. Going to the mall, why you need something so humongous that it's hard to park. See, that's where you and I are very different. Okay? The nearest McDonald's where I live is 2 hours away. So if I'm heading back to civilization, I'm gonna be bringing back some cement bags. I'm gonna be bringing back some planks of wood. I'll be bringing back groceries for at least the next 3 months. All of that, and I live in Canada here, where 7 out of the 12 months a year, there's like 2 feet of snow on the road. And the last place where you want your super deluxe air conditioning and electric dashboard and everything electronic to just fizzle out on you on the road. Because at minus 40 degrees, calling a towing truck that's going to be there in 3 to 4 hours, not cool. And I don't know if you know about the roads here, but yes, it could easily swallow one of these little cars here. So having a 4x4 huge truck made to go everywhere in all terrain is kind of what you want. If you want to pay another $80,000 to convert it from a gasoline to electric, that's on you. But batteries, when it's minus 40 degrees, they don't work so good. Well, my 1982 pickup was a Hilux. The 2.4, it was small and stuff. Just like Range Rovers, just like a Willis. Carburetor all the way and minimalistic stuff. Get you from A to B in all weather, all terrain, all situations. Okay, if I don't need cement bags and plywoods and all this, I'll take the Willis. Oh, little Jeep Willis that we know from, the World Wars. That's what I'm gonna take. But I actually drove a Humvee once when they first came out back in the, what was it, 1991, 1992. I went to a car show and I was there with my state of the art ambulance. And a friend of the company that I was working for came with his Hummer and had me try it out. And man, I was in love with it. I was in love with the Hummer. Oh man, I was used to Suburbans and all kinds of stuff like that, but that was on a different level. Suburbans were so like, oh man, this is becoming the luxury van that we know them to be today. And the Humvee was just back to basic. But somehow they made it lower, tighter, Okay, yes, it's super wide, but the wideness also made it super stable on the highways. And having the wheels so far back from one another made the ride super comfortable. I mean, for a military truck, it kind of felt like you were going around in a Cadillac, but it was all heavy duty stuff. No, not the H1s, H2s, and H3s. The Humvee, the military vehicle that they used in the 1990s, late 80s, 19. Then they came out with the Tonka cars that I don't know what Humvee was thinking. That was just crap over crap over crap again. But the military vehicle, the four door, actually, I've always preferred the two-door pickup version of it. But it came out initially four doors. I do have to admit that the trunk was kind of non-existent, if we could say that. It wasn't really a pickup. It wasn't. No, it does not. It was not a pickup. It was a four-door Jeep. So you had a very limited cargo space in the back, but still, because it's so wide and huge, you still have a lot of stuff. No, well, neither did this Humvee. There was no machine guns, no nothing on it. It was also the first vehicle that I've ever saw a GPS on. I mean, in 1990, having GPS on your car or truck or anything was only something that the military had. No. And this guy had it. Back then, I worked as a driver, limo driver. Well, not really a limo driver. I was more of a ambulance driver, but not really an ambulance driver. It's complicated. I worked for a company that flew doctors in and out of my local area. So I would take the doctors and the patients from the plane to the hospital back and forth. But I also worked as a driver for the company presidents because they were three co-owners of the company. And back then, I had a book where I had to learn all the roads in my city, in the city of Montreal. And it doesn't update you with traffic or nothing. Whereas the GPS today tells you which route would take less time to go from A to B and all that stuff. And it tells you turn right here, turn left there. There's a stop sign, slow down, this and that. And GPS is so wonderful. Back in 1990, this dude that comes with his Hummer was the first time I've ever seen a GPS in a vehicle, dude. It was so freaking awesome. Ever since that day, I was like, man, I so want this vehicle. But yeah, I still preferred my 1982 pickup because it was smaller, could park it anywhere. But my pickup was also special. The exhaust was custom made out of stainless steel. And I don't know if you saw the pictures of my pickup, but it was jacked up. So one day I accidentally backed up into the car in back of me while parallel parking. And both exhausts went straight through the plastic of the minivan that was behind me. So there was two holes on each side of the bumper. I just barely nudged it. But because my exhaust was stainless steel, it just, oops, just straight out cut two holes out of the bumper, out of the minivan. That was Man, that was. I always like the F-150. Well, the F-150 today is a Cadillac compared to what it was in the 1980s, you know. Anything from up until the 1980s is fairly rock solid. Everything after that is hit and miss. But yeah, GPS in the 90s is awesome. Well, some Rams are good, some Rams are bad, some F-150s are good, some are bad. I mean, for me, everything that has a computer, everything that's been fuel injection is just total and utterly crap. Really, by miles and miles and miles. Now, anytime that anything like a vehicle, okay, if you live in a city and your car breaks down, you don't care. You can call a taxi will drive you. You got public transit. You can use the metro, you can use the bus. Some cities have like bicycles that you can rent. You have all these other things that you're not stuck on the sidewalk there for hours and hours on end. Here, if your vehicle breaks down, you're out in the woods at minus 40, maybe for days before another car drives along here. So, having a reliable vehicle that actually works no matter what, that basically you can fix with a screwdriver and a hammer, is a lifesaver. So, that's why I like all these old things. Old things that are known to be tough, nonstop, working day in, day out. 50 years after they came out, they are still working. You buy a car today, and in 5 years from now, it's gonna cost you an arm and a leg to fix. It's not gonna be working. It's not gonna be working like the day that it came out. That's for sure. But you're talking about a Humvee, but if you remember the question that you asked me is if money was not an issue, what car would I buy? know? So like everybody that would answer your question would be like, you know, okay, let's buy a Lamborghini, okay? Well, try parking this at the supermarket, you know. It's just as wide as a Humvee. You got no room for groceries. You can't bring any bags of cement or planks of plywood. You're not going to use this to go and buy plumbing parts for, doing your kitchen. It's like, okay, money's no object. But this is just as hard to park. You have to open up the door, sit on the thing here when you're backing it up so that you can watch while you got your foot on the throttle and your hand on the steering. It's just as bad. So your question being, if money is no object, which car would you buy? I would not buy a car. I would buy something that I can use every day for the next 40, 50 years of my life. Still, I'd buy it and sell it and buy a couple of Jeeps and pickups and whatnot. I have no use for this. Okay, if I was 18 years old, back when I used to love cars, but also keep in mind that when I was young, you had two choices: 5 speed manual transmission stick shift or a 3 speed automatic. And the manual transmission was the sporty thing, so everybody wanted to know how to drive stick shift. But nowadays you have the paddles on the steering wheel and everything is done automatic. So today the automatic is sportier than the manual transmission. But back in my day, only grandpa would drive an automatic vehicle. You were 18 years old, you would drive sport and you would drive a stick shift. No, no, no. I actually really hated those tanks when they first came out. I was like, okay, why does this tank have such a little gun? I really hated them. Then they have these two missile launchers on the side, but the missiles have a wire connected to them. I'm like, what? That was like the worst concept of a tank ever. But then later on, I actually learned about it, and it's really an APC. It's a carrier transporter, and the gun is a really badass machine gun. It's not there. Well, the missiles are there to take out other tanks, but that tank is not meant to take out other tanks. It's meant to take out Humvees and other vehicles, Jeeps, and whatever. It's. But when you first see it and you see the tank and you see such a little turret on it with a little cannon, what kind of tank is this? It's good for shooting people. It's not good for shooting tanks. I'm like, why are they using this when they've got the M1A1, Abrams? Why are they not using the Abrams? Why are they using these little things? I couldn't understand what was the purpose of it. Yes, I learned it, what the purpose of it was, but it's like the anti-aircraft tanks that there used to be. What was it called? The Shilva? I thought it was super cool having 4 guns on a tank, but it wasn't meant to take out other tanks. It was meant to take out airplanes. Only real men. Well, that's what know, I'm used to, gas pedal, brake pedal, clutch. stick shift. Then because I was driving in the city back when I was a driver, that's when I kind of really enjoyed driving automatic. When you're stuck in traffic, man, the last thing you want to do is keep your foot on the clutch. Just clutch, release, clutch, release, clutch, release, clutch, release. And there's nothing more annoying than that. It's really a pain in the butt. That's when I started really loving automatic. Then I bought, what was it? A Subaru Legacy all-wheel drive turbo. Point 2 turbo? Automatic transmission. Like one of the first turbo cars that had an automatic transmission. Back in those days, all the turbo engines had manual transmission. I bought a Subaru four-wheel drive, four-door, automatic transmission. And boy, did I love that car. I really loved it. Then I went through the phase where I hate all cars now. I hate all cars. I hate pretty much anything that's not utilitarian, does not deserve to be on the road. If your vehicle is a symbol of your status in society, get rid of it. Buy yourself a bicycle. You only have two pedals on a bicycle, and both of them make you go forward. I mean, okay, racing on a racetrack is something else. This I like doing, you know. Because, yes, I used to be 16 years old and I was dreaming of supercars, driving super fast on, a track. I remember being 14 years old and saying, you know what? It would really be cool to be a Formula One driver. I wasn't so much into NASCAR because all you do is go around and around and around. Like, what's the skill in that, dude? Whereas Formula One and even these super GT cars, you're going down a track, you have to brake, turn right, turn left, find the ultimate way to go into the curve at the right speed to come out as fast as you can. It was all a science and it's a lot of fun. But no, to drive every day in real life, I would not want any one of these. Well, see, that's the thing too, I did get onto bikes. And although I did show a couple of my bikes that were speed bikes, a racer, but let's face it, it's not a passenger car. I'm not there to do my groceries stuff. So yeah, the ideal line going into a curve to ideally come out of a curve and the lean and always lean as low as I can go. Man, leaning from one side to the next, going as low as you can, having that knee touch the ground when you're turning is awesome. But also, I moved away from that. I had my fun, but then I also bought a motorcycle with the three luggage compartments because I like going riding all day long. It's fun to bring my lunch. The weather changes, so I do like to have my raincoat. It's not only that, but I would also have a towel and a bathing suit. So you go to a beach, you change, and you go swimming. It was awesome. Some days it's really hot, so you stop by a lake or a river or something. a beach, you stop by, go swimming for an hour, just relax in the sun, get back on the bike, go riding. It's a lot of fun. But unfortunately, I'm paralyzing from the right side, so sometimes it works, sometimes it's intermittent. So one moment I'm walking, the next moment I'm down on the ground, I fell down. Nothing I can do about it. I am in no pain, which is a good thing because most people that have my issue have a lot of pain. I don't. Just that one day, if I fall down, I could actually break a hip or, if I fall on my arm, I could break a wrist, I could break an elbow, I could break a bone. That, yes, then I would hurt. It would hurt. But I'm in no constant pain. That's the good thing. But I don't know how many cups of coffee I've dropped because one moment it's in my hand, the next my hand does not want to hold anything. So I can't be riding bikes no. Even driving a car, sometimes my right foot falls asleep. Well, guess what? I've always learned to drive with both feet. So you only need one foot on one pedal. One is to go, the other one's to brake. It's very rare that you're supposed to push on both of them at the same time. You're either go or don't go. And there's supposed to be two hands on the steering wheel, so if one falls asleep, you still have the other one to turn the steering wheel. So I'm still allowed to do that. But I can't ride a motorcycle in. To an audio shop just to enjoy meeting with friends with the same passion. Yeah, motorcycle people are very different. The only problem that I've always encountered here, and it kind of like I will ride with anybody, but there is like two mentalities where one rides either all terrain bicycles, dirt bikes, sport bikes are pretty much in one category. Then you have the Harley Davidson crew in the other. Where these guys, they don't like to lean in curves. They like having their stereos and their GPS systems and their seat massagers and going like 30 miles below the speed limit to hold everybody up behind them. Like these two mentalities, and they don't interact well together. Unfortunately. I mean, I ride with both. I've, known both, and I can ride with, I've known some Harley Davidson people that can actually lean into a curve with their bikes. But one time, one guy tried to push it as fast as it could go, and it scared the shiz out of him, and never again did he ever try to really go above the speed limit with his Harley Davidson because it's not meant for that. Well, see, I've been driving all my life with both hands, both feet. I can even turn the steering wheel with my knees if I need to. I can turn back in the day because when I was young, we didn't have power steering. So you had to turn the steering wheel a couple of times, and I learned to do it with my knees. So I'm lucky. I actually knew how to drive a vehicle using everything. you know, we didn't have backup cameras back in my days. You had to know physical dimensions of a vehicle. And even when I was 21 years old, I broke my left foot in a climbing accident. That's actually when I got my neck and spine injury. I broke my left foot falling down the mountain, and I had to drive manual, but I only had one leg to do it. So I had to use the gas, the clutch, the brake using only one foot. And it's really hard in a hill when you have to give it gas while you're letting go of the clutch. Because there's the brake pedal in the middle of it. You can't shim. You have to give it gas, clutch, put it in gear, slowly let go of the clutch while the gas idle is idling back down to give it back gas to take off again. Man, that was a pain. I actually call the cops and ask them if it was illegal to do that, and they say no, it's not illegal. You can do it. It's going to be hard as shit, but it's not illegal to drive with just one foot. Yeah, and the 833 is not a great bike either. So, oh no, it's not a good Sportster is not. I would never ever ever buy a Harley Davidson. No matter how good it sounds. There was one time when one of the Harley Davidson guys, I think, decided to do a sports bike and left the company but was using Harley Davidson's engines in it. And I think it was Buell, Buell, Buelle, if I'm not mistaken. He would build sports bike using Harley Davidson's engine, which are good bikes. They sound good. They lack a little bit of power because Harley's not known for their power. They're known for, the rumble that the engines do. And it is not a reliable engine either. You have a Harley Davidson, expect to be stranded on the side of the street for a while. But you know what, Skunk? And I don't know if anybody else is listening to our conversation. Is Zir still here? I don't know. I think Alexia left us. I think Urza left us. But it's approaching 1 a.m. and it's time for me to call it a night, folks. I've been streaming this for 4.5 hours and I haven't played at all in the past hour. I just like chatting with you guys, but it is getting late, so I do appreciate you having a chat with me. Balls. Please like, share, and subscribe. But I do need to get to bed. Ooh boy. So 99 everybody. Can talk about this some other time. Dang.
Okay, bye.
90 night everybody. Hopefully stay safe, stay warm. Have a full stomach. I will see you all tomorrow. Nighty night.